Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, hello.
Testing, testing.
Can you hear us?
Anything but that.
Sarah, I can't
You hear-
hear you in the YouTube. I can hear other people, but not you.
Oh,
Oh
Oh,
god.
okay. Something amiss with the
that's
mic.
unexpected.
I'm back.
Yay!
Oh shit. That was really good timing.
We've just gone
Very
live.
fast.
We are debugging sound issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're on the story will be crushed.
How about now? Are you hearing me on YouTube now?
Also, Sarah, it says I can't start my video because you stopped it.
Oh,
It's it, Josh.
Josh, can
I
you
got
fix
you.
that?
You don't need to see your face, Vera. I think it's probably for the best.
You shut up. You shut the hell up.
Or
I'm
the
seeing people in the
feud.
chat saying yes. I
See,
think
this
that
is why
means
you-
Yeah,
hear
we got you, Sarah.
Okay.
See, this is why you got cancelled.
Yes, clearly.
Yeah.
I love that she instigates it, but somehow the summary said I was the toxic one. Yeah, great.
That's exactly
You
how
can't be
that
mad
goes.
at Jesse.
Yeah.
What's a Christmas event without a fight between
I am a
family?
perfect little innocent. You would never hurt me, no.
You are the meanest person on YouTube.
Sure.
Oh, that's
So hopefully the sound is going okay now. Hi, this is always chaotic, at least to start with, and hopefully less chaos. Well, I don't want to speak too soon.
yeah.
it's early, yeah.
So we are a bunch of YouTubers. I'm going to introduce folks, and we're going to be reading Christmas Carol for you all today to benefit a Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, which is the pinned link for those who want to give to charity. And also, if you prefer mutual aid, Finn is going to introduce. He's been raising funds for a friend in Gaza specifically. For asking about for the actual performance, you'll only see the people who are in the particular scene. So that'll be less chaos. Sorry, but yes, I'm going to hand it to Finn right now, who's going to introduce his friend who he's been raising funds for. So
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you everyone in the audience and everyone for being here. I always look forward to these, even though it's like chaos getting here and getting organized. I was one of the people who is the reason we're starting late, so you're welcome, everyone. But yes, so the mutual aid link for this one is for my friend Maysara and his family, the Al Ashal family, who are currently, like many Palestinian families, trapped in Gaza. And their situation has been incredibly, I mean, obviously anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on for the past 2 years knows just how awful it's been. But right now things are really rough with winter moving in and people living in tents getting destroyed by the awful weather that is rolling through. There's been flooding, there's been all kinds of things. So we're trying to get the money together to get them out of Gaza and into Egypt, and we are incredibly close. So right now we've almost got the travel money together, but Maysara is hoping that folks can help raise money for the survival needs in the meantime. So repairing the tent that they've been living in, food, medicine, that kind of thing. So yes, if people are able to give, it really helps. He sends his mother sends her regards as well and says that the Alashal family is sending love and their gratitude. So thank you all so much to everyone here. So yeah.
and we send our love to them, and hopefully we'll raise some funds to help them out, as well as all the Palestinian children. Some things are best done by mutual aid because you can help specific people, and some things are helpful with charity because they get the structure, and Palestinian Children's Relief Fund are a good one of the charities. So whichever way you'd like to give, or if you feel you can give to both, we really it's we're trying to. There is little we can do, but what we can do, we should try to do, because whatever we can do, something is better than nothing.
Absolutely.
And we're going to tell you the fairy tale of a capitalist changing his mind. So that's always a bit of
A fairy tale, if ever there was one.
indeed. So shall we?
As old as time.
Shall we go around and introduce everybody before we start? So I am Sarah Ezet. I make the Fat Culture Critic videos on YouTube. This is the channel you are on. Thank you for coming. I think we will next go to our Scrooge.
Hi, I'm Aronach. I'm going to be playing Scrooge, and I make a lot of different art on a lot of people's channels. My main stuff is on my channel, my name, Aronach, Aranock. But you can also see it on Jesse Gender's channel, on Darkfry's channel, on Aaron McDonald's channel, and many other channels. I work for a lot of people, so you've probably seen or heard, seen my work or heard my voice at some point.
She is your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber.
Accurate, yeah.
And our Bob Cratchit.
Hi, my name is Vera Wild. I do way too many things. I mostly am known for being on YouTube under Council of Geeks, where I discuss pop culture, media analysis, queer issues in media. I also do some stuff under Vera Wild, though that's less family friendly, so I won't dwell on that. But I'm also on TikTok and Blue Sky, and I've written a novel and several other works. And if you are in the Vermont area, you may have seen me host a burlesque show.
And Mrs. Cratchit.
Hi, I'm Ren the Barbarian. Yes, Ren the Barbarian, the YouTuber. When I do make content, I talk about Star Trek and other pop culture. And I'm also a writer. You can find me here on YouTube as Ren the Barbarian, Blue Sky, Instagram, on TikTok, I'm the real Ren Shady.
All right, and Fred, nephew of Scrooge.
Yeah, I'm Scrooge nephew. I'm Fred. My name is Theeb in real life. Y'all may know me in like Turb on a bunch of different platforms that I've been on. I was on TikTok 4 different times, got banned, y'all a million times. Came to YouTube, started making video essays. Been fun. I also do live streams on the side and organize for certain charities and events. So stay tuned because they just gave us a downtown studio, so we're gonna do a lot of in real life events and art streams and drag shows of that nature. Yeah.
And Marley, who is dead to begin with.
Hi, I'm Marley. I'm a former YouTuber. I am the ghost of a YouTuber, come to haunt you all. I used to make content online. Now I do this. So I highly recommend that you follow everyone else here who is not me, because they all do great work.
And Ghost of Christmas Past. We've already heard from. Hey, Finn.
Yes. Hi. So I'm the Ghost of Christmas Past, aka Swolesome, aka Finn. And I am a YouTuber, but like derogatory. So I actually mostly am doing stuff not on YouTube right now, but I still make some things sometimes, so you can check those out there. I talk about masculinity and feelings and emotional health quite a bit. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I'd say that's a summary. Happy to be here.
And Christmas present.
Yes, hello. I am mainly Mandy. I mostly make YouTube videos about whatever the hell I want. Let's see, what have I made more recently? I've made a video recently about being neurodivergent and polyamorous. I've also made videos about being estranged from my mother. And currently working on a video about fat representation in the media that's called How to Write a Fat Character. So I write and talk about a lot of different subjects. I also have done stand-up in real life. If you're ever in Southern Maine, feel free to see Showman. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here and play my favorite of the ghosts today.
And we've got a few people doing double duty as on other roles. So Jesse, do you want to, you're Belle tonight?
I am Belle. Hi, I'm Jesse Gender, YouTuber, nerdy person who dances for fun on the interwebs. Do a podcast with an asshole who I hate, who may or may not be on this stream. Look at the person who's flipping me off. That'll probably tell you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Shut up, Bob. And yeah, that's basically me. I talk about trans issues, nerdy issues, Star Trek stuff, and I'm playing Belle. So excited to be here.
And Terry, you're gonna be doing a couple people here?
Yeah. I'm Terry Roberts. I'm in Halifax. I'll take these off so you can see my eyes. And I haven't been on YouTube much in the last couple of years, but you can find me at TM Roberts HFX, talking all about fitness, feminism, and philosophy. I'm a fitness instructor. I'm a lecturer, a speaker, all of that kind of thing. Which the reason I haven't been on YouTube is that's morphed into my other day job now. So check out Speakers Nova Scotia if you get a chance. We are a new, first of its kind anywhere that I can find, professional guild, nonprofit professional guild for people who do public speaking work, professional development, podcasting and YouTubing, whatever. So we're kind of it for Atlantic Canada right now. So that's where you can find me when I'm not here.
And Zilla?
Hello, I'm Zilla. I run the channel Zilla's Athenaeum, where I make a lot of different types of videos, some activism stuff, some video essays, some board game media criticism, a little bit of everything, a lot of historical content. I also do Archeo gaming, where I play video games that have ancient studies content and talk about that. And right now, like earlier today, I was streaming Hades 2 with my partner Tortoise, talking about like the ancient city of Vera, and whether it exists. So, I do a lot of fun stuff with a lot of these fun people. Really cannot recommend everybody else here enough. And Sarah just does a fabulous job with these streams every year. Hey, there's gonna be a
And we'll go to Willow, who's our newcomer this year. Willow and Turbo are newcomers.
Hi, Willow. I run the channel Questing Refuge, usually using media analysis to talk about disability issues from different angles. Sometimes I touch on some other stuff, but recently did one on the Spoony Bar for Final Fantasy IV, which was really fun. Usually a lot of time to my videos, definitely run on quick time a bit, but yeah, that's everything about me, I guess. Glad to be here.
And Adnan is going to be stage managing for me and doing Boy. So well named.
Yep, my name's Adnan. I used to want to do content, and then I decided not to. I'm half Syrian, half sciatic on my mother's side. And I really just, I would say I'm your favorite YouTuber's favorite person. I just kind of have my hands in all kinds of pies. I like to be in the background and help.
True.
Amazing.
I just like to help everybody and make stuff happen. So there's a non-zero chance you've seen me and never knew. So yeah, very happy to be here with all of these wonderful people that make this a really beautiful tradition that we've carried on for the last few years that, frankly means a lot to me and a lot of people. So very, very happy to be here.
And Danny?
Hi, I'm Danny. I run the YouTube channel You Call Yourself a Film Critic. I mainly talk about film and television shows, usually from like a cultural or theoretical framework, or I just do elaborate like rants or hot takes. I just released a video yesterday looking through whether The Lion King is fascist, using Umberto Eco's Your Fascism, and going through the 14 tenets to see if the film fits it. Outside of that, you can catch me usually cynically grouching on Blue Sky at Film Critic Maybe. I always love doing this. I love that we made this a tradition, and just being around these wonderful, incredibly talented people. Just really happy to be here.
And Samantha?
Hi, I'm Samantha. I am playing a couple of small beans tonight, Tiny Tim and Little Fanny. And let's see, Well, I am Samantha Duke on most platforms. I have a dead YouTube channel called The Silver Samantha, used to be The Silver Samaritan. And I also make music under a name that I won't say here, but it's spelled Skalfxk. Pronounce it however you want. And I will make a theme music for your podcast at a very reasonable rate.
Woo!
And speaking of podcasts, we have my favorite co-host. We're not beefing, unlike some podcast hosts. Hey, Josh.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Josh Gosden. Yes, for like 5 years now, I've been co-hosting Muppet Sex and Trauma with Sarah. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Go subscribe to our Patreon and take a listen as the podcast wraps up.
Yeah.
Tonight, I am the OG Victorian party animal, Old Fezziwig. And I'll also be Carolyn's husband, who in an odd Dickensian inversion, Carolyn gets a name, but the husband doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, so that is all your humble players. Everybody gonna turn their camera off now, and so I will start with the narration in a second. And thank you all for joining us. Okay. Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know of my own knowledge what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hand shall not disturb it. Or the country's done for. You will, therefore, permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. That must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot. Say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand to the grindstone Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel has ever struck out generous fire. Secret and self-contained, as solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped at his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature about with him. He iced his office in the dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him, No wind that blew was bitterer than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No cheeses for us Mises. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggar implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tail as they say, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, Dark Master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. What the knowing one called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3. It was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows in the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by, and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting-house was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he could not replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed.
"A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!"
Cried a cheerful voice. It was Scrooge, the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that it was the first intimation he had of his approach. Scrooge is so cold he doesn't have a voice.
Oh, I was muted. I apologize.
"Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug."
He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all aglow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again.
"Christmas a humbug, Uncle. You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason do you have to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come then, what right have you to be dismissal? What reason have you to be morse? You're rich enough."
Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of that moment, said,
"Bah!"
and followed it up with,
"Humbug." "Don't be cross, Uncle." "What else can I be? When I live in such a world of fools as this, Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money, a time for finding yourself a year older but not an hour richer, a time for balancing your books and having every item in through a round dozen of months presented dead against you, if I could work my will. Every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding. And buried with a stake of holly through his heart, he should.
Uncle!
Nephew! Keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone, then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you.
There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say. Christmas among the rest. But I'm sure I've always thought of Christmas time when it's come around, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that time, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time, the only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never been put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever.
Let me hear another sound from you. And you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir. I wonder you don't go into Parliament.
Don't be angry, uncle. Come. Dine with us tomorrow.
Scrooge said that he would see him, yes, indeed, he went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first.
But why? Why?
Why did you get married?
Because I fell in love.
Because you fell in love.
As if that were the only thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon.
Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?
Good afternoon.
I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I've made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon.
His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greeting of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. That's enough. Oh. Your turn.
There's another fellow. My clerk, with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam.
This lunatic, letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let two other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood, with their hats off, in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands and bowed to him.
Scrooge and Marley's, I believe. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years. He died 7 years ago, this very night.
Oh, we have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner.
It certainly was, for they had been two kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head, and handed the credentials back.
at this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and the destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comfort, sir.
Are there no prisons?
Plenty of prisons.
And the union workhouses? Are they still in operation?
They are, still. I wish I could say that they were not.
The treadmill and the pole are in full vigor, then.
Both very busy, sir.
Oh, I was afraid, from what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course. I'm very glad to hear it.
Under the impression that they scarcely furnish cheer of body or mind to the multitude, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink, a means of warmth. We chose this time because at this time of all others, when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
Well, if they'd rather die, they'd better do it and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that.
But you might know it.
It's not my business. It's not for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labours with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened, so that people ran about with the flaring lights, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages, and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of the Gothic window in the hall, became invisible and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremendous vibrations afterwards, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some labourers were repairing the gas pipes and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water plug being left in solitude, its overflowing suddenly congealed and turned to a misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant, with which it was next to impossible to believe that such a dull principles as bargains and sales had anything to do. The Lord Mayor in the stronghold of the mighty mansion gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as the Lord Mayor's household should. And even the little tailor, who had been fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold, if the good Saint Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that. Instead of using his familiar weapon, then indeed he would have roared to a lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold, as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sound of
God bless you, merry gentlemen. May nothing you dismay.
Scrooge seized the ruler with such an energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. Scrooge has lost his voice again.
You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose.
If quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient, and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used. I'll be bound.
The clerk smiled faintly.
And yet, you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
The clerk observed that it was only once a year.
A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning.
The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honour of it being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play at blind man's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lumbering pile of buildings, up a yard where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, and the other rooms were being let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather had sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now it is a fact that there is nothing at all peculiar about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it, night and morning, during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had little of what is called fancy about him, as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, alderman, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having a key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without it undergoing any immediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face! It was not an impenetrable shadow as the other objects in the yard were, but it had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That and its livid colour made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of the expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of the terrible sensation to which he had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. He put his hands upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted a candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door. He did look cautiously behind it at first, as if he half expected to be terrified by the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on, and so he said, "Pooh-pooh," and closed with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, appeared to have a separate peal and echo of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall, up the stairs slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament, but I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise, with a splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easily. There was plenty of width for that, and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street would have lighted the entry too well, as you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness was cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and a little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in the dressing room, which was hanging up in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guards, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers, and in his nightcap, sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all the way round with quaint Dutch tiles designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like feather beds, Abraham's, Balthazar's, apostles putting off to sea in butterboats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet, that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like an ancient prophet's rod, and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some pictures on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, it would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one.
Humbug,
said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns, he sat down again. Excuse me. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and communicated for some purpose, now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment and with strange and inexplicable dread that he saw that the bell began to swing. It swung so softly that in the outset he scarcely made a sound, but soon it rang out loudly, as did every bell in the house. This must have lasted half a minute or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted cellars were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door.
It's humbug still.
His color changed, though when, without pause, it came upon through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leapt up, and though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost," and fell again. The same face, the very same Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tight and boots, the tassel on the latter bristling like his pigtail, and his coat shirts and hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail. It was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, and so that Scrooge, observing him, looking through his waistcoat, could see the buttons on the coat behind. Scrooge has often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. Nor did he believe it now. Though he looked the phantom through and saw it standing before him, he felt the chilling influence of its cold, dead eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and neck, which wrapper he had not observed before, was still incredulous, and fought against his senses.
How now? What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then? You're particular for a shade.
He was going to say to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate.
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Can you sit down?
I can.
Do it then.
Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of it being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he was quite used to it.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?
I don't know.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are.
Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart, as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the spectrum's voice disturbed the very marrow of his bones. To sit staring at the fixed eyes, glazed in silence for a moment, would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but it was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven.
You see this toothpick?
I do.
You're not looking at it.
But I see it, notwithstanding.
Well, I have but to swallow this and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you. Humbug.
At this the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chains with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom took off the bandage round its head, and as if it were too warm to wear indoors, and its lower jaws dropped upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knee, clasped his hands before his face.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
Man of the worldly mind, do you believe me or not?
I do, I must, but why do spirits walk the earth?
It is...
And why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide. If that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world, oh woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth and turned to happiness.
Again the spectre raised a cry and shook its chains and wrung its shadowed hands.
You're fettered! Tell me why.
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link, and yard by yard I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?
Scrooge trembled more and more.
Or would you know the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was as full and heavy as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain.
Scrooge glanced about him on the floor as if in expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable. But he could see nothing.
Jacob. Old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob.
I have none to give. It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me. In my life, my spirit never rode beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me.
It was habit with Scrooge whenever he became thoughtful to put his hand in his breeches pocket. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting his eyes or getting off his knees.
You must have been very slow about it, Jacob.
Slow?
7 years dead, and traveling all the time.
The whole time. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse.
You travel fast?
On the wings of the wind.
You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years.
The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry and clanked its chains so horrendously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in inciting it for a nuisance.
Oh, captive bound and double ironed, not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunity misused, yet such was I. Oh, such was I.
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business? Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business.
It held up its chain at arm's length as if it were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again.
At this time of the rolling year, I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?
Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate and began to quake exceedingly.
Hear me. My time is nearly gone.
I will. But don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob. Pray.
How is it that I appear before you in a shape that you can see? I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day.
It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow.
That is no light part of my penance. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
You were always a good friend to me. Thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghosts had done.
Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first. Tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1.
Couldn't I take them all at once? And have it over, Jacob?
Expect the second on the night. Next night, the same hour. The third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us.
When it said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table, bound it round its head, and as before. Scrooge knew this by the sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erratic attitude, with its chains wound over and over about its arms. The apparition walked backwards from him, and at every step it took the window raised itself a little, and when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confusing noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and grief, wailing, inexpressible sorrow, and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak dark night. Scrooge followed the phantom into the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghosts. Some few they might be guilty governments, were linked together, none were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one ghost in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. Misery was with them all, clearly that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell, but they and their spirits' voices faded together. The night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window, and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, as he had locked it with his own hand, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotion it had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or the glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, he went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. We're starting stave 2. Please remember to donate. The links are in the chat.
It's a really good cause. It directly helps people. And if you want to directly help people, you can give directly to the family, whose link is being shared by Adnan. So, yeah.
Yeah.
May I take a moment here?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with what Aronach said. Let me turn my camera on for a brief moment so everybody can look at my beautiful face. I do just want to remind everybody, the reason that we're here, is to benefit these families that, really need us, and they're in a lot of dire straits, of which, I know that I could not fathom being in those conditions. So, it really does, I like to hammer in the point that, like, every single share, view, whatever community, whether it's your Blue Sky, your Twitter, your friend's Discord server, whatever, if you feel comfortable sharing it, even if you can't donate, that can literally make or break the donation campaign. So I just really want to hammer that point home and make sure that we know why we're here.
We are
yeah.
frozen. Well, are we unfrozen yet? It's hard because there's a delay.
Let me check.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, okay, you're good.
Did we get Adnan's speech?
I can just do it again real briefly, so we're not wasting any more time. I do, again, just want to remind people how absolutely important it is to even just share the link around. If you can't donate, if you can get it on other people's eyes. It looks like we're unfrozen.
Yeah.
But sharing it is absolutely paramount to, making or breaking these campaigns. So I just want to kind of realign everybody as to why we're here, because that is the focus of this. And I'm really appreciative that everyone's enjoying it, but just try to keep that in your mind. And you all have been incredibly wonderful and incredibly kind and compassionate in the chat, appreciating the performances. That's also appreciated, but just make sure that we're keeping in front of mind what we're all here for. And I'm gonna mute myself again. But thank you, everybody.
Okay. At this festive time of year, we seek to help those who need our help in any way we can. And stave 2. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went from 6 to 7, from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12. It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle might have gotten into its work. 12. He touched the spring of his repeater to correct the most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, then stopped.
It isn't possible that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything had happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon.
The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off his sleeve with his sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything. And could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold. That there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been had it had been beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after the sight of this first exchange to pay Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge on his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again and thought and thought and thought it over and over, and could make nothing out of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released to its first position, and presented the same problem he had worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay on the slate until the chime had gone 3/4 more, and when he remembered on a sudden that the ghost had warned of a visitation when the bell tolled 1, he resolved to lie awake until the hour had passed, and considered that he could do no more go to sleep than go to heaven. This was perhaps the wisest resolution to his power. The quarter was so long that he more than once convinced himself that to have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear.
1/4 past. 1/2 past. 1/4 to it. The hour itself. And nothing else.
He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at the feet, nor the curtains at the back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, startling up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am now to you, and I am in spirit standing at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white, as if with age, yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicate formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a fresh green holly in its hand, and in a singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, it had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for its cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for as its belt sparkled and glittered, now one part, now another, and what was light one instant was another time dark. So the figure itself fluctuated in distinctiveness, now being a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now with a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away, and in the very wonder of it, as it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if, instead of being so close beside him, it was at a distance.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a very special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered.
What? Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light that I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow?
Scrooge reverentially declaimed any intention to offend or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. Then he made the boldest to inquire what business brought him here.
Your welfare.
Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help but thinking that a night of unbroken rest would be more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately,
Your reclamation, then. Take heed.
It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm.
Rise, and walk with me.
It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that the bed was warm and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad in but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that his spirits made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication.
I am a mortal, and liable to fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand, there, and you shall be upheld in more than this.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it would be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was clear, cold winter day, with snow upon the ground.
Oh, good heavens! I was bred in this place. I was a boy here.
The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been so light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares long, long forgotten.
Your lip is trembling. And what is that upon your cheek?
Scrooge muttered, and with the usual catching of his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would.
You recollect the way?
Remember it? I could walk it blindfold.
Strange to have forgotten it for so many years. Let us go on.
They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them with boys upon their back, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it.
These are but shadows of things that have been. They have no consciousness of us.
The jocund travellers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them each one. Why he was rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them. Why did his cold eyes glisten, and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas, as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several houses? What was a Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out on Merry Christmas, what good had it ever done to him?
The school is not quite deserted. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still.
Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthly savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by the lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of those a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, nor a squeak or scuffle from the mice behind the panelling, nor a drip from the thawed water spout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, nor the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door. No, not the clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, and gave him a free passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window with an axe stuck in his belt, leading the bridle as an ass laden with wood.
Why, it's Ali Baba. Dear old honest Ali Baba. Yes, I know one Christmas time, when younger solitary children was left here alone, he did come, for the first time, just like that poor boy, and Valentine, and his wild brother Orson. There they go, and what's his name, who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus? Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the Jinnah. There he is upon his head. Serve him right, I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?
Here Scrooge expand in all earnestness of his nature on such subjects in a most extraordinary voice, between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city indeed.
There's the parrot, green body and yellow tail, just a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. There he is, poor Robin Crusoe, he called him, when he had come home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robin Crusoe. Where have you been, Robin Crusoe? The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday, running for his little life to the creek. Hurrah! Whoop! Halloo!
Then, with rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said in pity for his former self,
"Poor boy,"
and cried again.
I wish.
Muttered Scrooge.
It's too late now.
Oh.
What is the matter?
Nothing. There's a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all.
Let us see another Christmas.
Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, the fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown indeed. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, and that and there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in and putting her arms around his neck, and often kissing him, and addressing him as her
"Dear, dear brother, I have come to bring you home, dear brother. To bring you home, home, home."
Home, little Fan?
Yep. For good and all. Home forever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be, but home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should. And he sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man. And are never after to come back here. But first, we're to be together at the Christmas, be together all Christmas long, and have the merriest time in the world.
You are quite a woman, little Fan.
She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish earnestness towards the door. And he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box, there!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him, and then he conveyed him and his sister into the weariest old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the window were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he'd rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk was being by this time tied up on the top of the chaise. The children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden path, to the quick wheels dashing the hoarfrost and the snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray.
Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered, but she had such a large heart.
So she had. You're right. I will not gainsay it, Spirit, God forbid.
She died a woman, and had, as I think, children.
One child.
True. Your nephew.
Yes.
Although they but for that moment left the school behind them, and they were now in a busy thoroughfare of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It were made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here too it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it? I was apprenticed here.
They went in at the sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind a high desk, that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling. Scrooge cried in great excitement.
Why, it's old Fezziwig. Oh, bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again.
Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, fat, rich, jovial voice,
"Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Dick!"
Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
Dick Wilkins, to be sure. Bless me, yes. There he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear, dear.
Yo-ho, my boys. No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up before a man can say Jack Robinson.
You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged up into the streets with the shutters. 1, 2, 3, had them up in the place. 4, 5, 6, barred 'em in and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses.
Hilly-ho! Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick. Cheer up, Ebenezer.
Clear away, there was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away or couldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright as a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with his music book and went to the lofty desk and made an orchestra out of it and tuned like 50 stomach aches. And in came Mrs. Fezziwig, one very substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with his brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way, who was suspected of not having poured enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door but one, who was proved to have her ears pulled by her mistress. In all they came in. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they went, 20 couples at once, hands round and back, again the other way, down the middle, up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there, all couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought out, old Fezziwig clapped his hands to stop the dance and cried out,
"Well done!"
And the fiddler plunged his hot face into the pot of porter especially provided for that purpose, but scorned rest upon his reappearance. He instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if his other fiddler had been carried home, exhausted on a shutter, and a brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances and more forfeits and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and the boiled, when the fiddler, an artful man, mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you, or I could have told him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley, and then old Fezziwig stood up to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out before them, 3 or 4 and 20 pairs of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance, and would have no notion of walking. But if there had been twice as many, 4 times as many, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not a high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You could have predicted at any given time what would become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advanced and retired, both hands on your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs, and came upon his feet without a stagger. While the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually, as he or she went out, wished him and her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads went back to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During this whole time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self, he corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear.
A small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude.
Small.
The spirits signed to him to listen to the 2 apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said,
"Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?"
It isn't that. It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy. to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count him up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune.
He felt the spirit's glance and stopped.
What is the matter?
Nothing particular.
Something, I think.
No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all.
His former self turned down the lamps, and as he gave utterance to the wish, Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air.
My time grows short. Quick.
This was not addressed to Scrooge or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect, for once again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadows of all the growing trees would fall. He was not alone, but sat side by side of a fair young girl in a morning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past.
It matters little. To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me. And if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve.
What idol
has displaced you?
A golden one.
This is the even-handed dealing of the world. There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth.
You fear the world too much. All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of this sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion. Gain engross you, have I not?
What then? Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you. Am I?
Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man.
I was a boy.
Your own feeling tells you that you were not what you are. I am. That which promised happiness when we were in one heart is fraught and misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly have I thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it and can release you.
Have I ever sought release?
In words, no, never.
In what then?
In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, and in everything that was made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this has never been between us, tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? Ah, no.
You think not.
I would gladly think otherwise if I could. Heaven knows, when I have learned the truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl, who you, in your very confidence with her, weigh everything by gain, or choose her, if for the moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so? Do I not know your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were.
He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed.
You may, the memory of what is past half makes me hope you will, have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen.
She left him, and they parted.
Spirit, remove me from this place.
I told you, these were the shadows of things that have been, that they are what they are. Do not blame me.
Remove me. I cannot bear it.
He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon with him with a face in which some strange ways there were fragments of all the faces he had shown him, wrestled with it.
Leave me. Take me back. Hunt me no longer.
In the struggle, if it can be called struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connected that with the influence over him. He seized the extinguisher cap, and by sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, and so the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it in a unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Turning the camera back on.
As our wonderful director.
Hey, folks. We're sorry that we do need to take breaks in between the staves here, especially me. I need to drink water, copious amounts of water. But we are about to start stave 3, which will be the Ghost of Christmas Present will arise. And, you know, thinking of presents, what's a very good present? Who needs presents right now? The children of Gaza. Definitely, they could use some anything that you have to give.
Absolutely. There's, you know, as I'll just make this all about me, as I love to do. But as an Arab, I'm not Palestinian, but as an Arab, I do have Palestinian family. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody living in the Middle East that isn't a little bit of everything in that region. But as such, you know, these are, I've witnessed some of this stuff firsthand. I've grown up with this stuff. Most Arabs have. If you're from anywhere in that region, this is a very well-known fact. Long before, you know, it became a more talked about topic. And so I just once again would like to hammer home the point that absolutely everything you do, whether it's tuning in, sharing the stream, donating $1, tossing it in Discord, like whatever the case may be, these are dire straits, and absolutely every single small action matters. So again, I just want to keep it at the forefront of our minds that why we're here. You know, everybody here has volunteered to be here for no benefit to themselves other than the fact that we understand that it needs to be done. And I want to extend that grace to chat to understand that you're doing a very big thing right now, if nothing more than just by being here. So keep that in the front of your mind. If you haven't already, please share it around. Be as obnoxious as possible. And we're going to go ahead and I'm going to give it up to all of these wonderful people that I've had the privilege to be with tonight.
And
as
I
well
will
as chat.
also say, if you don't have money, you still have a voice, and you can also check out BDS movement, boycott, divestment, and sanction, to be careful that what money you do have is not supporting Israel until you know, we can have some kind of more equitable existence in the region. So yeah, that's another useful thing you can do. You can use your voice, and you can refuse to give your money to anything that supports it. So, and yeah, because the ceasefire isn't one. So yeah. And now we return to Victorian England. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he had turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of the curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and lying down again, established a sharp look around all around the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plumb themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being unusually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything, from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not prepared by any means for nothing. Consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, and nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, to the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it, where the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or what would be and was something apprehensive that he might be at this very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I might have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too, at last, I say. He began to think that the whole source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and scuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it was undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceilings were so hung with living green, and it looked so perfect grove, for every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney, as the dull petrifaction of a hearth he had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many, many a winter season gone, heaped upon the floor to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pig, long wreaths of sausage, mince pies, plum pudding, barrels of oyster, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense 12th cakes, and seething bowls of punch, that it made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up high to shed its light upon Scrooge as he came peeping round the door.
Come in! Come in and know me better, man.
Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before the spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them.
I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me.
Scrooge reverently did. It was clothed in one simple green robe or mantle, bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdained to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observed beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as the genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, its joyous air. Girded round the middle with an antique scabbard, with no sword in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust.
You have never seen the like of me before.
Never.
Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years?
I don't think I have. I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit?
And in 1800.
A tremendous family to provide for.
The ghost of Christmas present rose.
Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you ought to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe.
Scrooge did it as he was told and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkey, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, pudding, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of the night, and they stood upon the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music, in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwelling, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad daylight to the boys to see it come plumping down upon the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been ploughed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons. Furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, when the great street branched off and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with the dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had by one consent caught fire and were blazing away to their heart's content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavoured to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shovelling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missiles far than many a wordy jest, heartily laughing as it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great round pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors, and trembling out into the street their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-grinned Spanish onions shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by, and danced demurely in the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered in high-blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods, and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in a paper bag and eaten after dinner. There were gold and silver fish set among the choicest fruits in the bowl, and though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race appeared to know that there was something going on, and to a fish went gasping round and round their little world in slow and passionate excitement. The grocers! Oh, the grocers! I nearly closed with perhaps 2 shutters down or one, though those gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descended on the counter made a merry sound, and that the twine and roller parted company so briskly that the canisters were rattled up and down like jugglers' tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so rare. The almonds so extremely white, and the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers-on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and plumpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in their hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of other like mistakes in the best possible humour. While the grocer's and his people were frank and fresh at the polished hearths with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection and for Christmas daws to peck as they chose. But soon the steeples called good people all to the church and chapel, and away they went, flocking in through the streets in their best clothes, and with their gayest faces. And at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings, innumerable people carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to be interest to the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge in the baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as the bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who jostled each other and shed a few drops of water on them, and their good humour was restored directly, for they said it was a shame to quarrel on Christmas Day. And so it was, God love it, so it was. In time the bell ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and they went. Was a genial shadowing forth of all these diners and progress of their cooking in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if the stones were cooking too.
Is there a peculiar flavour in what you sprinkle from your torch?
There is. My own.
Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?
To any kindly given, to a poor one most.
Why to a poor one most?
Because it need it most.
Spirit. I wonder you, of all the beings and the many words about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment.
Aye.
You would deprive them of the means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they can be set to dine at all, wouldn't you?
Aye.
You seek to close these places on the 7th day, and it comes to the same thing.
I seek.
Forgive me if I am wrong. It's been done in your name, or at least in that of your family.
There are some upon this earth of yours who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all of our kith and kin as if they've never lived. Remember that, and change their doings in themselves, not us.
Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost which Scrooge observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible for him to have done in a lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure in the good spirit he had in showing off that power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerk. For there they went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stooped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling, with a sprinkling of his torch. Think of that! Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then rose up Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out, but poorly, in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for 6pence. And she had laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt-collar, Bob's private property conferred upon his son and heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoicing to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchit, boy and girl, tearing in and screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known it for their own. And basking in a luxurious thought of sage and onions, these young Cratchits danced about the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collar nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes bubbled up, knocking loudly at the saucepan lid, and let out to be peeled.
Whatever has got
about your precious father, then. And your brother, Tiny Tim. And Martha wasn't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour.
Here's Martha, Mother.
Here's Martha, Mother.
Here's Mother. Hurrah! There's such a goose, Mother.
Why, bless your heart alive,
Mother.
my dear. How late you are.
Mrs. Cratchit kissed her a dozen times, and taking off her shawl and bonnet with her for her with officious zeal.
We had a great deal of work to finish up last night, and we had to clear away this morning, Mother.
Well, never mind so long as you are come. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye.
No, there's Father coming. Hide, Martha, hide.
So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed, to look seasonable as Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame.
Why, where's our Martha?
Not coming.
Not coming? Not coming upon Christmas Day?
Martha didn't like to see him disappointed. It was only in a joke, so she came prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off to the wash-house, where he might see the pudding singing in the copper.
And how did little Tim behave?
As good as gold, and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you've ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to a stool before the fire. And while Bob turned his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug of gin and lemons, and stirred it round and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the 2 ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they would soon return in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought the goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon, to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like it in this house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim behind him in a tiny corner at the table, and the 2 young Cratchits sat chairs for everybody. Not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their post, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their term came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, the grace was said, and it was succeeded by a breathless pause as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight was heard all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the 2 young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hurrah! There was never such a goose." Bob said he didn't believe there was ever such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavor, size, and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish. They hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one of them had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witness, to take the pudding up and bring it. Suppose it should not be done enough. Suppose it should break in turning out. Suppose someone should have gotten over the wall and backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose. A supposition which the 2 young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Halloo! A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook next door to each other with a laundress next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered and flushed, but smiling proudly, with the pudding like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quarter of ignited brandy, belight with Christmas holly and stuck on the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding! Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit now said now that the weight was off her mind, she would confess that she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everyone had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought that it was a small pudding for so large a family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to him at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was covered, the hearth swept, the fire made up, the compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect. Apples and oranges were put on the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half of one. And at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed.
A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us.
Which the family echoed.
God bless us.
Tiny Tim? God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his little stool. Bob held his withered hand a little in his, as if he loved the child, and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him.
Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No. No. Oh no, kind spirit, say he will be spared.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race will find him here. What then? If he be likely to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief.
Man, if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. Oh God, to hear an insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust.
Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground. But he raised them speedily on hearing his own name.
Mr. Scrooge. I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it.
My dear, the children.
It should be
Christmas Day.
It should be Christmas Day, I am sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard-feeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow.
My dear, Christmas Day.
I'll drink his health for your sake, and the day's. Not for his. Long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt.
The children drank the toast after her. It was the first in their proceedings which had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the Baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in mind for Master Peter which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6pence weekly. The 2 young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investment he should favour when he came into receipt of the bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at the milliner's, then told him what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and the lord was about as tall as Peter, and which Peter pulled up his collars and so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All the time the chestnuts in the jug went round, and by they had a song about a lost child travelling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice, and sang very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from waterproof. Their clothes were scanty. And Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded and looked happier yet in the bright sprinkling of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily, and Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets. The brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlours, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cosy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blind of guests assembling, and their group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once, tripping lightly off to some near neighbour's house, where woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches, when they knew in a glow. But if you had judged from the number of people on their way just to friendly greetings, you would have thought that there was no one at home to give it welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company, piling up in its fires half chimney high, blessings on it, how the ghost exulted, how it bared its breadth of breast, and opens its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter, like the lamp, not the rat, who ran on before dotting the dusky streets with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirits passed. Though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about, and though it was a burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed, it would have done so but for the frost that held it prisoner. Nothing grew but moss and furze and coarse rank grass. Down in the west the setting sun had left its streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant, like a sullen eye in a frowning lower yet, which lost thick gloom in the darkest night.
What place is this?
A place where miners live, who labor in the bowels of the earth. But they know me, see?
A light shone from the window of the hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire. An old man and a woman with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigour sank again. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor at speed, whither? Not to sea. To sea! To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw at the last of the land a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water, as it rolled and roared and raged amongst the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rock, some leagues or so from shore, on which waters chafed and dashed the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and stone birds, born of the wind one might suppose, the seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it, like the waves they skimmed. But even here, 2 men who watched the light had made a fire, that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other a Merry Christmas in their cans of grog, and one of them, the elder 2, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like the gale in itself. And again the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea, on and on, until it being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel. They looked out at the bow. The officers who had the watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. But every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had a kinder word for one another than on that day than on any day of the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to this moaning of the wind, and thinking what the solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secret as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. Looking at that same nephew with approving affability. Have we lost Scrooge's nephew?
Sure. Ha ha! Ha ha ha!
If you should happen by any unlikely chance to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, as I can say is, I should like to know him. Introduce me to him, and I will cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, twisting his face, and by the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he. And their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily.
Sorry. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! He said that Christmas was a humbug. As I live, he believed it too. Ha ha!
More shame for him, Fred.
Bless these women, they never do anything by halves, they are always in earnest. She was a very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-look capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed. And no doubt it was. All good kinds of little dots about her chin that melted into one another while she laughed, and the sunniest part of her pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Although she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactorily.
He's a comical old fellow. That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offenses carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him.
I'm sure he is very rich, Fred. At least you always tell me so.
What of that, my dear? His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking that he's ever going to benefit us with it.
I have no patience with him.
Oh, I have. I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself always, and here. He takes it to his head to dislike us. And he won't come to dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner.
Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it, because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?
Topper had clearly got his eye upon Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast who had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereas Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed.
Do go on, Fred. He never finishes what he begins to say. He is such a ridiculous fellow.
Scrooge's nephew reveled in another laugh, and it was impossible to keep the infection off. Though the plump sister tried hard to do it with an aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed.
I was only going to say that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I'm sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his moldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean, to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, or I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, Uncle Scrooge, how are you? If it only puts him in the vein to leave this poor clerk 50 pounds, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday.
It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge. But being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment and passed the bottle joyously. After tea they had some music, for they were a musical family, and knew what they were about. When they sung at glee and catch, I can assure you, especially Topper, who could growl away in the basses like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead, or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among the other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing. You might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding-house, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that the ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to that Saxon spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it was good for the children sometimes and never better at Christmas. For it's good to be children sometimes and never better than at Christmas. When its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop. There was the first game at Blind Man's Buff. Of course there was. And I no more believe that Topper was really blind than I believe that he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and the Ghost of Christmas Present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister and the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature. Knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains wherever she was, and there he was. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavouring to seize you, but would have been affront to your understanding, and he would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it was not. But when at last he caught her, when in spite of all her silken rustling and her rapid flutterings past him, he got into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable, for he pretended not to know her, and pretended that it was necessary to touch her head dress, and further assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger and a certain chain about her neck. It was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidentially together behind the curtain. Scrooge's niece was not one of the Blind Man's Bluff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner, where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise at the game of how, when, and where, she was very great, and the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge. For wholly forgetting in the interest that he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ear, he sometimes came out with the guests quite loud, and often guessed quite right, too, for the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this the spirit said could not be done.
Here is a new game. 1/2 hour, Spirit. Only one.
It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what. He only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question they put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get off the sofa and stamp.
I have found it out! I know what it is, Fred! I know what it is!
What is it?
It's your Uncle Scrooge!
Which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected to the reply, that the reply to "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes, insomuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had a tendency that way. He has given us plenty of merriment, I'm sure, and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready at our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge!
Well, Uncle Scrooge!
A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man wherever he is. He would take it from me. He would never take it from me, but he may have it none the less. Uncle Scrooge! Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return, and thanked him in an inaudible speech, if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew. And he and the spirit were upon their travels. Much they saw, and further they went than many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope. By poverty, and it was rich. In almhouses, hospitals, and jail. In misery's every refuge, where a vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out. He left his blessing, and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it was only a night, but Scrooge had had his doubts of this because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into a space of time as they passed together. It was strange, too, that Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form. The ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left the children's 12th night party. When looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was grey.
Are spirits' lives so short?
My life upon this globe is very brief. It ends tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight at midnight. Hark, the time is drawing near.
Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask. But I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?
It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it. Look here.
From the folding of its robes it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the garments of the outside of its garments.
Oh, man. Look here. Look down here.
They were a boy and a girl. Yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its finest tints, a stale and shriveled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them, and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade, though all the miseries of wonderful creation has monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge startled back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say that they were fine children, but the words choked themselves rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude.
Spirit, are they yours?
They are man's, and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware them both in all of their degree, but most of all, beware of this boy. For on his brow I see that which is written is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it. Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factitious purposes and make it worse, and abide the end.
Have they no resource or refuge?
Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?
The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the predictions of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
All right, are we back?
We're back.
We're back. Hello, everyone. I hope your break was very good. I wanted to hop in here with some good news. And I want to preface this by saying that you have all made this happen. And I really need you to understand how wonderful and beautiful this is. On the pinned fundraiser, we've raised over $800, which is like I would be in tears if I wasn't holding it together. That's absolutely incredible. And just over this last stream since we started, we've raised close to or maybe a little over my senior year. My math was called math, so forgive me. Around or a little over $100 for the Al-Ashal family. So the only thing that I want to hammer home is I need you all to understand how incredible this is and how much this matters to the people that need it. So, keep sharing the link, keep donating, keep finding people to donate. Whatever you're doing is working. And again, let's just keep presence of mind of why we're here. And I really appreciate that everybody has been so supportive and so kind and just showing up to be absolutely wonderful to the incredible people that have helped put this together. What I would like to do is if we can get some hearts in chat for Sarah, who does incredible work organizing this every single year. And with that, we will get back to it. I will cede the floor to wherever the floor needs to be seated.
Let's get spooky. By the way, we will be doing this, not this, but we will be doing on 12th night, we will be doing 12th night, which is the 6th of January. We will be raising funds for Trans Lifeline, another excellent cause. And now, to get spooky and make people cry. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the very air through which the spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and misery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this it would have been difficult to detect its figure from the night and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came towards him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved.
I'm in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with its hand.
You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, spirit?
The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to the ghostly company by now, Scrooge felt this silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition and giving him time to recover, but Scrooge was all the worse for it. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, although he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black.
Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any spectre I have seen, but as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear you company and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on, lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit.
The phantom moved away as it had come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadows of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely entered the city, for the city rather seemed to spring upon them and encompass them from its own act. But there they were, in the heart of it, on change amongst the merchants, who hurried up and down and chinked the monies in their pockets, and conversed in groups and looked at their watches and trifled thoughtfully with the great gold seals, and so forth, as Scrooge had often seen them. The spirit stopped beside one knot of businessmen. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
No. I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
Why? What was the matter with him? I thought he'd never die.
God knows.
What has he done with his money?
I haven't heard. Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me. That's all I know.
This pleasantry was received with a general laugh.
It's likely to be a very cheap funeral. For upon my life, I don't know of anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer?
I don't mind going, if lunch is provided. But I must be fed if I make one.
Well, I am the most disinterested among you, after all. For I never wear black gloves, and I never eat lunch, but I'll offer to go, if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not sure at all that I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye-bye.
Speakers and listeners strolled away, mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. The phantom glided into the street. Its finger pointed to two persons meeting. Scrooge listened again, thinking the explanation might lie there. He knew these men, also particularly. These were men of business, very wealthy and of great importance. He'd made a point of always standing well in their esteem. In a business point of view, that is. Strictly in a business point of view.
Well, how are you?
How are you?
How are you?
Well, old Scratch has got his own at last, eh?
So I'm told. Cold, isn't it?
Seasonable for Christmas time. You're not a skater, I suppose. No. Something else to think of. Good morning.
Not another word. That was their meeting, their conversation, their parting. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach such importance to conversations apparently so trivial. But feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it might be. They could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's provenance was the future. Nor could he think of anyone immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. But nothing doubting that whomsoever they applied to, they had some latent moral for his own improvement. He resolved to treasure up every word he heard and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared, for he had an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him the clue he missed, and would render the solution of these riddles easy. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner. And though the clock pointed to his usual time for being there, he saw no likeness of himself among the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been resolving in his mind a change of life, and he hoped he saw his newborn resolutions carried out in this. Quick and dark behind him stood the phantom with its outstretched hand. When he roused himself from his thoughtful quest, and he fancied from the turn of hand it was in situation reference to himself, that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel cold. They left the busy scene and went to an obscure part of town where Scrooge had never penetrated before, although he recognized its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half-naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offences of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets, and the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth, with misery. Far in this den of infamous resort there was a low-browed beetling shop, below a pent-roof house, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal was bought. Upon the floor within were piles and heaps of rags, rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights, and refuse of iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in the mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat and spulchers of bone. Sitting in amongst the wares he dealt in, by a charcoal stove made of old brick, was a grey-haired rascal, nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frosty curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Scrooge and the phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into laughter.
Let the charwoman alone to be the first. Let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meeting it.
Can't imagine a better place. Come into the parlour. You were made free of it long ago, you know. And the other two ain't strangers. Stop till I shut the door of the shop. How it squeaks. There aren't such a rusty bit of metal at the place at its own hinges, I believe. And I'm sure there's no such old bones here as mine. I believe, and I'm sure there's no old bones here as... we're all suitable to our calling. We're all matched. Come to the parlour. Come to the parlour.
The parlour was a space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair-rod, having trimmed his smoky lamp, for it was night, with the stem of his pipe, and put it in his mouth again. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossed her elbows on her knees, and looking with a bold defiance at the other two.
What odds, then? What odds, Mrs. Dibler? Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did.
That's true, indeed. No man more so.
Why, then, don't stand staring as if you was afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose.
No, indeed. We should hope not.
Very well, then. That's enough. Who's the worse for a loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose.
No, indeed.
He wanted to keep him after he was dead. Wicked old screw. Why, wasn't he natural in his lifetime, eh? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying gasping out his last there alone by himself.
It's the truest word that ever was spoke. It's a judgment.
I wish it was a heavier judgment. And it should have been, you may depend on it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe. Let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We knew pretty well when we was helping ourselves, before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe.
But the gallantry of her friends would not allow this, and the man in faded black mounted the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive, a seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was disposed to give for each upon the wall and added them up into a total, when he found there was nothing more to come.
Your account. No one give another sixpence. If I was boiled for not doing it, who's next?
Mrs. Dibler was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner.
I always give too much to ladies, the weakness of mine, and the way I ruin myself. That's your account. You asked me for another penny and made in an open question. I'd repent for being so liberal and knock off half a crown.
And now undo my bundle, Joe.
Joe went down on his knees for greater convenience of opening it, and having fastened a great many knots, dragged out a large and heavy roll of some dark stuff.
What do you call this? Bed curtains.
Ha! Bed curtains.
You don't mean to say you took him down, rings and all, with him lying there?
Yes, I do. Why not?
You were born to make your fortune, and you'll certainly do it.
Certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get anything by reaching it out, for the sake of an old man such as he was, I promise you. Oh, don't drop that oil on the blankets now.
Blankets?
Whose else's do you think? He isn't likely to take cold without 'em, is he?
I hope he didn't die in anything catching it.
Oh, don't you be afraid of that. I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things if he did. You may look through that shirt until your eyes ache. She won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one, too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me.
What do you call wasting of it?
Putting him on him to be buried in, to be sure. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. Can't look any uglier than he did in that one.
Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. As they sat grouped about their spoil in a scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp, he viewed them with detestation and disgust, which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons marketing the corpse itself.
This is the end of it, you see. He frightened away every one who would have lived from him who was alive to profit of it when he was dead.
Spirit, I see. This case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends this way now. Merciful heaven, what is this?
He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare, uncurtained bed, on which beneath a ragged sheet there lay something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed in any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light rising in the outer air fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do and longed to do it, but he had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. O cold, cold, rigid, dreadful death, set up thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast by thy command, for this is thy dominion. But of the loved, revered, and honoured head, thou canst not turn one hair to thy dreadful purpose, or make one feature odious. It is not that the hand is heavy and will fall down when released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but that the hand was open, generous, and true, the heart brave, warm, and tender, and the pulse a man's. Strike, shadow, strike, and see his good deeds springing from his wound, to sow the world with life immortal. No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ear, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could have raised up now, what would his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard-dealing, griping cares, they have brought him to a rich end truly. He lay in the dark empty house, with not a man, a woman, nor a child to say that they were kind, that he was kind to them in this or that, and from the memory of one kind word I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone. What they wanted in the room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge dare not think.
Spirit, this is a fearful place. I'm leaving it. I shall not leave its lesson. Trust me, let us go.
Still the ghost pointed with an unmoved finger to the head.
I understand you, and I would do it if I could, but I have not the power, Spirit. I have not the power.
Again it seemed to look upon him.
If there's any person in this town who feels emotion caused by this man's death, show that person to me, Spirit, I beseech you.
The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment, like a wing, and withdrawing it, revealed a room by daylight, where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, starting at every sound, looking out from the window, glancing at the clock, tried, but in vain, to work with her needle, and could hardly bear the voices of the children at play. At length the long-expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed, and which he struggled to repress. He sat down at the dinner they had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer.
Is it good or bad?
Bad.
We're quite ruined?
No. No, there is hope yet, Caroline.
If he relents, there is. Nothing is past hope, if such a miracle has happened.
He is past relenting. He's dead.
She was a mild and patient creature if her face spoke truth, but she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so. With clasped hands, she prayed forgiveness the next moment, and was sorry, for the first was the emotion of her heart.
What the half-drunken woman whom I told you of last night said to me when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then.
To whom will our debt be transferred?
I don't know. But before that time, we shall be ready with the money. And even though we were not, it would be a bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. We may sleep tonight with light hearts, Carolyn.
Yes, soften as it would, their hearts were lighter. The children's faces hushed and clustered round to hear what they so little understood, were brighter, and the happier house for the man's death. The only emotion that the ghost could show him, caused by the event, was of pleasure.
Let me some tenderness connected with the death or that dark chamber spirit which we just left now will be forever present to me.
The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet, and as they went along, Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in sewing, but surely they were very quiet.
He took a child and set him in the midst of them.
Where had Scrooge heard those words? Had he not dreamed them? The boy must have read them out as he and the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hands to her face.
Mother, you were muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. The colour hurts my eyes.
The colour. Ah, poor Tiny Tim.
They're better now again. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world. It must be near his time.
Past it, rather. But I think he has walked a little slower than he used to these last few evenings, Mother.
They were very quiet again. At last she said, in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once.
I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed.
And so have I. Often.
And so have I.
But he was very light to carry, and his father loved him so that it was no trouble. Ah, and there's your father at the door.
She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob in his comforter, he had need of it, poor fellow, came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as they said, "Don't mind it, father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised the industry and speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said.
Sunday? You went today then, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised him I would walk there on a Sunday. My little child. My little child.
He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been further apart, perhaps, than they were. He left the room and went upstairs into the room above, which was lighted cheerfully and hung with Christmas. There was a chair set close beside the child, and there were signs of someone having been there lately. Poor Bob sat down upon it, and when he thought a little and composed himself, he kissed the little face. He was reconciled to what had happened, and went down again, quite happy. They drew about the fire and talked, the girls and mother working still. Bob told him of the extraordinary kindness of Mr. Scrooge's nephew, whom he had scarcely seen but once, and who, meeting him in the street that day, seeing that he looked just a little down.
A little down, you know.
Inquired what had happened to distress him.
On which, for he is the pleasantest spoken gentleman you ever heard, I told him I'm very heartily sorry for it, Miss Cratchit, he said. Mr. Cratchit, he said, and heartily sorry for your good wife. By the by, how he ever knew that, I don't know.
Knew what, my dear?
Why, that you were a good wife.
Everybody knows that.
Very well observed, my boy. I hope they do. Heartily sorry, he said, for your good wife. If I can be of service to you in any way, he said, giving me his card. That's where I live. Pray, come to me. Now, I wasn't for the sake of anything he might be able to do for us, so much as for his kind way, that this was quite delightful. It really seemed as if he had known our Tiny Tim and felt with us.
I'm sure he's a good soul.
You would be sure of it, my dear, if you saw and spoke to him. I shouldn't be at all surprised, mark what I say, if he got Peter a better situation.
Only hear that, Peter.
And then Peter will be keeping company with someone and setting up for himself.
What along with you?
It's just as likely as not one of these days, though there's plenty of time for that, my dear. But however and whenever we part from one another, I'm sure we shall none of us forget poor Tiny Tim, shall we? Or this first parting that there was among us.
Never,
Never,
Father.
I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and mild he was, although he was a little child, we shall not quarrel easily among ourselves and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it.
No, never, Father.
I am very happy. I'm very happy.
Mrs. Cratchit kissed him, his daughters kissed him, the two young Cratchits kissed him, and Peter and himself shook hands. Spirit of Tiny Tim, thy childish essence was from God.
Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead.
The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him as before through a different time, he thought. Indeed, there seemed no order in these latter visions, save that they were in the future, into the resorts of businessmen, but showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on, not as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment.
This court, through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house, let me behold what I shall be in days to come.
The spirit stopped, the hand was pointed elsewhere.
The house is yonder. Why do you point away?
The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined in once again, and wondered why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until they reached an iron gate. He paused to look round before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man whose name he had now to learn lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repentant appetite. A worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it, trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw a new meaning in its solemn shape.
Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they the shadows of things that may be only?
Still the ghost pointed downwards to the grave by which it stood.
Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends to which, if persevered in, they must lead. But if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me.
The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
I, that man who lay upon the bed.
The finger pointed from the grave to him and back again.
No, spirit. Oh, no, no. Spirit, hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. But for this intercourse, why show me this if I am past all hope?
For the first time the hand appeared to shake.
Good spirit, your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life.
The kind hand trembled.
I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone.
In his agony he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong as in his entreaty and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him. Holding up his hands in the last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost.
Oh, sorry, I'm taking over for Turb, FYI.
Okay. Yes, and his bedpost was his own, the bed was his own, the room was his own, the best and happiest of all. The time before him was his own to make amends in.
I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirit of all three shall strive within me, O Jacob Marley. Heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. I say it on my knees, old Jacob, on my knees.
He was so fluttering and so glowing with such good intentions that his broken voice would scarcely answer to his call. He had been sobbing violently in his conflict with the spirit. His face was wet with tears.
They are not torn down. They are not torn down, rings and all. They are here. I am here. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will.
His hands were busy with his garments all the time, turning them inside out, putting them on upside down, tearing them, mislaying them, making them parties to every kind of extravagance.
I don't know what to do. I am light as a feather. I am as happy as an angel. I am as merry as a schoolboy. I am as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Hello here. Whoop. Hello.
He frisked into the sitting room and was now standing there perfectly winded.
There's the saucepan that the gruel was in. And there's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas presents sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It all happened.
Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh. A most illustrious laugh. The father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs.
I don't know what day of the month it is. I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby, never mind. I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Woo! Yallo there.
He was checked in his transport by the churches ringing out the lustrous bells he had ever heard. Clang, hammer, ding dong bell. Bell, dong, ding, hammer, clang, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious. Running to the window, he opened it and put his head out. No fog, no mist, clear, bright, jovial, stirring cold, piping for the blood to dance to. Glorious sunlight, heavenly sky, fresh, sweet, fresh air, merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious.
What's today? What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? Why, Christmas Day.
It's Christmas Day? I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do anything they like, of course. They can, of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow.
Why, hello.
Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one at the corner?
I should hope I did.
An intelligent boy, a remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one.
What, the one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It is a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
It's hanging there now.
Is it? Go and buy it.
Walker.
No, I am in earnest. Go and buy it. Tell him to bring it here, that I may give him the direction where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, and I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot. He must have had a steady hand at the trigger who could have got a shot off half so fast.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Joe Miller never made such a joke as sending it to Bob's will be.
The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, however, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. As he stood there waiting for his arrival, the knocker caught his eye.
I shall love it as long as I live. I scarcely ever looked at it before. What an honest expression it has on its face. It's a wonderful knocker. Here's the turkey. Hello! How are you? Merry Christmas.
It was a turkey. He never could have stood upon its legs, that bird. It would have snapped him short and off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax.
Why, it's impossible to carry that to Captain Town. You must have a cab.
The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recommenced the poi, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. Shaving was not an easy task, for his can continued to shake very much, and shaving requires attention even when you don't dance while you're at it. But if he had cut the end of his nose off, he would have put a piece of sticking plaster over it and been quite satisfied. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the street. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present. And walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, "Good morning, sir, a Merry Christmas to you."
Merry Christmas to you!
And Scrooge said often afterwards that of all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears. He had not gone far, when coming on towards him he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting-house the day before, and said, "Scrooge and Marley, I believe." It sent a pang across his heart to think that the old gentleman would look upon him when they met, but he knew the path lay straight before him, and he took it.
My dear sir, how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yes, that is my name, and I fear it may not be pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon. Will you have the goodness?
Here Scrooge whispered in his
Lord
ear.
bless me! My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?
If you please, not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor?
My dear sir, I don't know what to say to such munificent...
Don't say anything, please. Come and see me. Will you come and see me?
I will.
And it was clear he meant to do it.
I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you.
He went to church and walked about the street and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on the head and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows, and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed that any walk, that anything, could have given him so much pleasure. In that afternoon he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door 12 times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made the dash and did it.
Is your master at home, my dear?
Yes, sir.
Where is he, my love?
He's in the dining room, sir, with the mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please.
Thank ye. He knows me. He knows me. I'll go in here, my dear.
He turned it gently and sidled his face in round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on such points, and like to see that everything is right.
Fred!
Dear heart alive, how his niece by marriage started. Scrooge had forgotten for the moment that he was sitting in the corner that her sitting in the corner with the footstool, or he wouldn't have done it on any account.
Why, bless my soul. Who's that?
It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I've come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?
Let him in? It is a mercy he didn't shake his hand off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came in. So did the plump sister when she came in. So did everyone when they came in. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office the next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late, that was the thing he had set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1/4 past. No Bob. He was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with the door wide that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I'm very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please.
It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.
Now, I'll tell you what, friend. I'm not going to stand this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, I'm about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled and got a little nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down with it, holding him and calling the people in the court for help in a strait waistcoat.
A Merry Christmas, Bob,
said Scrooge with an earnestness that could not be mistaken as he clapped him on the back.
A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavour to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob. Make up the fires, and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh and little heeded them, for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good at which people did not have the fill of laughter in the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle their eyes in grins and have the malady in the least attractive form. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived on the total absence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that truly be said of us, and all of us, and so, as Tiny Tim observed,
God bless us, everyone!
Beautiful endings, man.
no further intercourse with spirits.
No.
Just say the line!
One sec.
Every time
before
you
we all
read that
chat.
line, I crack up.
I don't know if we're still live, but if we are, and you enjoyed the performance, please consider donating, especially to the Alshell family, please. It really does go very, very far. Like, they're dealing with the worst conditions, and there aren't words that can adequately encompass that. But if you can give, please do. And if you can't, and you can just share their link around, post it on your Blue Sky, on your Tumblr, like.
The smallest act of kindness is one more drop into the large bucket full of other little drops that make a wave.
It really can't be overstated. Not to be like kind of a bummer, because you said a wonderful performance, but you know it really is just a real life horror story, what's happening, and so to bounce off of what Zilla and Aaron just said, it really can't be hammered enough. I'm not going to keep going in circles, but it really is absolutely everything. $1 to somebody can literally mean the difference between life and death. I think a lot of us have been there, and this is like that times 10. So, yeah.
What's that on?
And I don't want to be a ham, but just to add on, I do want to say everybody that's here doing the performance, everybody in chat, everybody that shared, everybody that donated, I love you and I love your life and that you have one. And that's the coolest because that's all we got. And you're really like coming out for people. So thank you very much.
Say the line again.
I wanted to repeat a bit from the reading. If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit and overcome with penitence and grief. Man, if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is, and will you decide what man shall live, what man shall die, it may be that in the sight of heaven that you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronounce on the too much life among its hungry brothers in the dust. That is the way that the children of Gaza are being treated, is it not? And are they not as worthy as any of us, if not more, to have a life, to have a dry home at Christmas for those who are Christian, and to be looking forward to Ramadan in 2 months for those who are Muslim? Their lives are important, and they're not being treated as such. And we must do what we can do. And if that's money, if you can donate, then we've given you 2 options to do that. The thing is, you don't have to do everything, but to do anything is important, to do what you can. So if you have money, then give it either to the Al-Shal family, to another GoFundMe, there are many of them, or to Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. And if you do not have money, then you can raise your voice. Because the people, a lot of them are feeling hopeless because they're not feeling heard, they're not feeling seen. And every time you raise your voice, it matters. So raise your voice, write your representatives, look into divestment, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, BDS. And, you know, if there's something or someone you have influence over that can divest, that's helpful. Follow the suggestions they have there for the best way to make a boycott matter, make it most effective. And yeah, whatever bit you can do is something. It adds to the collective. It has been 2 years since we did this the first time to try and raise funds. And has been more than that since this all started. And we don't know how many people were saved by people's donations, by actions that were took. That's not a thing we can know. But we do know that some probably were. And we do know that people's names are being remembered and said. So
whoever saves one life, it will be as if they have saved the world.
Yes. Thank you, Zilla. So yes, and remember as well that one of the things that Arabs talk about is that Jewish people are our cousins, not our enemies. The governments, they're the problem. Hatred and white supremacy is the problem.
We have organized with people of all walks of life. We've organized with people that live in Israel. When I said it's not that complicated, don't let anybody tell you that it is. It's because it's not. It's literally about doing the work. It has no race. It has no bones about it in that regard. We'd be out here doing this if it was the other way around, because it's about human beings. Okay?
And
don't let anybody twist that up.
There are those of us who are in the Jewish diaspora And there are those of us who are in Israel who are standing on the same side as our cousins. And that will always be true.
And tonight...
with that said, I think it's probably time for us to make a round of bows before people start crashing out for the evening.
But first, I want to tell you that between this and our work at Midsummer, we have now raised $907.02 for Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. I don't know how much we've raised for my Sarah's family, but we have definitely done some. So yeah, and you know, if you're looking for something to do and you've got friends, you can get together and put on a show like we did, because these wonderful people said thank you, said yes, and came together and we did a thing. So let's...
Sorry, I hate to interject, but I'm showing on the PCRF page, we are more than 100% funded. We have raised over $1,000.
$1,003.
Thank you, everyone.
Holy shit, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Oh my god.
I hadn't refreshed the page. Yes, we have.
There we go.
We have passed the thing. Yes, we have.
I think to celebrate, we should do another something in January.
Another something.
Just off the top of my head.
You know, might be something called 12th Night, might be about Trans Lives Matter.
That'd be a great
Trans
idea.
Lifeline. Yeah, it will be. I
This
have
sounds so
less talking in
spontaneous.
that one.
Count me in. I'll open up my schedule for sure.
Thankfully, that one has less of me talking.
We like you talking, but
we never get tired of your voice, Sarah.
I do.
Seriously. I want to thank everybody for coming here. I think we're all going to bow out.
Yeah,
Everyone's tired.
let's do a round of followees, and then we'll head out. So
I did post in chat your post, so anybody who's here that wants to follow anybody that's been on this stream, I'm going to post it again, and you can go ahead and follow that. And that has links to absolutely everybody in here. And I suggest that you go and do that to every single wonderful, beautiful person that I love that was on here.
Oh, thank you.
yeah. So
Based on.
Aronach, Scrooge, do you want to take your bow?
Yeah,
Where can
thank you so
people
much for
find
having me. I'm Aronach. I'm a disabled trans artist. I do a lot of work for other channels, but you're mainly able to find me on my channel, Aronach, A-R-A-N-O-C-K. I stream and I make video essays. And I'll probably be doing more streams to try to raise for bottom surgery at some point. So if you feel like coming and supporting that, it's great. I give fun rewards for donations and things. Yeah, and I hope you have a lovely evening. I am very, very tired because my fatigue is
Thank
hitting
you
me.
so much for being here and for being so lovely, Erin.
Thank you, Aaron.
Round of applause.
Well,
And to the
Scrooge,
audience,
my God.
please do go follow her. She's an amazing artist, and just an absolute blast to have her around.
One of my
Good
favorite
night.
human
Please rest
beings.
well.
And we'll go to Bob Cratchit next. God, Vera, you made me cry.
I told you I was going to have a hard time getting through that part. I warned you.
I do every time.
Every time.
But yeah, my name is Vera Wild. I am a gender fluid, many things. But I'm a YouTuber. You can look for Council of Geeks for my thoughts on geeky media analysis and also queer representation in media. You can look for Vera Wild for somewhat more spicy content. I am an author. I'm a TikToker. I'm a burlesque performer. I have ADHD. Can you tell? And
Yes, and she is a purveyor of spice as well. If you want to go look up her various solitary fans.
If you're going to search for Vera Wild, Wild spelled W-Y-L-D-E, because I had to do it the most pretentious way I could think of it. You're not going to get too many results if you have safe search turned on. So just be aware of that.
Good to know.
I was wondering. It's like, oh wait, I'm seeing Vera clothed today. What's going on? Hey.
No comment.
Hey,
You wanna take
it's
it?
cold out. It's cold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Okay, well, Danny is looking to be dropping off because they are the further. It's the earliest in the morning for them.
Hey, you call yourself a film critic. I just released a video yesterday. It's basically looking at the idea, the whole theory of the Lion King reinforcing fascism. I use Echo's text to try to examine that. Please check it out. I just want to say thank you, Sarah, for always organizing this and just doing such good work for these Palestinian ones. I think you have a beautiful way of uniting people, and I always love doing this. I mean, I'm here like half tree, just doing this because I love it every year, and I just wanted to give you a shout out just before I head off.
I'm too tired to protest the praise.
Good.
Good.
Take
You
the
deserve
damn
it.
compliment.
Fuck.
Take it.
Good.
Take the
You
win.
deserve it. Fuck you.
Who wants to go next?
Who's the next sleepiest?
I think a bunch of you are on the East
I'm
Coast.
super sleepy, so I'll say goodbye if it's okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mandy.
All right. Yes, I am mainly Mandy. For those of you who didn't know, my channel is called Mainly Mandy, spelled like the state of Maine, because I'm cool like that. And I make YouTube videos. You can also follow me over on Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, all under Mainly Mandy. And I've done this now, 3 times? I've lost count, and this is always a lot of fun, and it always feels really good to like come together as a community to do a little bit of good in the world. So thank you all who have been watching. Thank you all for having me as always. And I'm sure we'll do this again very soon. At least I hope so.
Yeah.
Night.
Terry, do you want to go next? I know you're far on the east.
Yeah, I'm the next most easterly person. My name is Terry Roberts. You can find me here on my old work here on YouTube under Terry M. Roberts HFX, which is short for Halifax, or The Pink Dumbbell Problem. And you can find my new work at speakersnovascotia.ca and see me and 85 of my closest friends all doing amazing work in this part of the country.
Who wants to go next? Oh, Samantha?
Okay, I'm Samantha. I'm a weird, disabled, trans bimbo in Ontario. I make music under a name spelled SKALFXK. I'm on Blue Sky as Samantha Duke. Be careful though; it gets spicy in various ways. And I have a dead YouTube channel called The Silver Samantha. Formerly the Silver Samaritan, but it's still worth checking out for the, insightful video essay thingies, and also the background music, which I did myself, and I will do that for you if you need it. That's it. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for making me a part of this, Sarah.
It's always a delight to have you.
I love you, Samantha.
Aww.
We all do.
Pleasure as always, really.
Yeah.
Who wants to take it next?
I'm gonna go.
Banu?
Sure. Hi, everyone. You might know me as Bothered Boy, former YouTuber. Still have stuff planned in the works. It's just been a lot of things, some of which I can't reveal yet. Part of the mystery, I guess we could say. But yeah, you can find me on YouTube. The hell site known as Twitter, Blue Sky, where I'm trying to be more and more active, and even on TikTok for those who dare to tread where there is no going back after, everything that's happened in America recently. So with all that said, though, I do want to say that stuff like this definitely brings me joy. It brings me a good deal of hopium, which is in short supply these days. And it's up to everyone here in the cast and also those, be you in the chat and you're participating or merely watching, or you're just donating, or you're a friend of a friend, a colleague, a comrade, whatever it may be. Every little thing that you do to help spread more kindness and resist the cruelty and crushing capitalism of this world, no matter how big, no matter how small, is an absolutely necessary act of resistance. And so I thank everyone here for for engaging with that to whatever extent that they can. A big thank you to our wonderful cast, and an even bigger thank you to our hosts for putting this together every year and making it happen, and always for amazing and important causes. Thank you all so much.
Oh, yeah, joy itself is an act of resistance, especially queer joy.
Exactly. All right. With that, I'm out. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
See you.
Zilla, do you want to take the mic?
Sure. I'm Zilla Black. I make YouTube videos at Zilla's Athenaeum. You can also find me on Twitch playing video games and talking about ancient stuff at Zillable. That's syllable with a Z on Twitch. And then I'm also on Mastodon and mostly Blue Sky at Zillable as well. I love working with these wonderful people. I'm so honored to be included every time. And like we were just talking in the Zoom chat as we all are acting, we're always just like, oh my god, everybody's so good. We change the parts every year and it's always so good. Seriously, you can't do better than following the folks here, and like just everyone is so incredible.
Zilla's another one of these people like Adnan who does amazing stuff behind the scenes to keep us all organized and make things happen.
I do my best. But yes, Adnan, you deserve your flowers too. I'm not sure if you were shooting a bow there or what, but you definitely have done a bang-up job. I know you're exhausted. I'm so happy that we keep getting to work together. Sarah, incredible. You just do so much. You just do it. You're just like, it's there. Oh.
I've been doing this for 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, this and the podcast and the videos and, just all of the community work that y'all do. It makes me so happy. And I need everybody else to know how wonderful both of you are. And also just everybody who has been involved with the Oddbody Players. Just seriously a wonderful group of folks. And they're not here to take their bows because they had to go for various reasons, but Jesse,
we're all
just
getting
an incredible person. Finn, oh my goodness, Finn, is so wonderful. Just absolute sweethearts they are. Who else had to leave? We had Turb had to go. They looked like they were falling asleep on stream. So seriously, check everybody out. They're all just so wonderful, and hopefully I can trick them all into being in my next video. So yeah. So hey, Sarah, about that podcast thing. Should we talk about that?
No, not yet.
Okay. Just checking.
We have a theme song, but we need to have some kind of yeah.
We have a theme song made by Sam. So,
yeah, we just need to be organized. So, there's a hint for some of you. Talking of podcast, Josh, honey, we are almost finished our podcast.
We are. I was talking in the chat. I got to. I think I was in part of the very first time, and it was 2020, and doing this helped get me through 2020. So I'm Josh Gosden. I'm over on Instagram and not much else. I'm just a big old nerd mostly. I've been co-hosting Muppet Sex and Trauma with Sarah for a number of years now, and been pleased and privileged to join this group every once in a while to do some fun things. And one of the things that strikes me about all the folks who showed up here tonight and everybody who's in the chat and all that kind of stuff is how well everybody lifts each other up and how well everybody supports the causes that they believe in, and how well everybody stands in the gap for those who can't stand for themselves, both figuratively and sometimes literally. And it's also always so easy to feel like nothing we do matters, and to feel the overwhelm and to feel the fatigue and to feel the defeat, and to feel like maybe somebody else can do the fight because maybe I'm done fighting. But it's crucial and essential in the first act of joyful resistance starts with giving a shit about yourself, and so everybody here tonight and everybody, who attended as well, I hope you get an opportunity to be kind to yourself, and I hope you get an opportunity to care for yourself. I hope you get an opportunity to get out of bed and to do something lovely for yourself. It's the old airplane mask analogy. Sometimes you got to put your own mask on first, because there are a lot of fights to fight, and the first one starts up here. So,
And Josh knows a bit about that because this year he kicked cancer's ass.
Woo!
Gratefully so, yes. My hair is growing back.
Yep.
You look great.
Thanks, Adnan.
You do.
Everybody have a good night. I'm going to go on ahead and say live long and prosper.
Adnan?
Oh, Lord, do I have to? Okay.
Yes.
I'm Adnan. I do a little bit of everything. I have the same name on every platform. It's my sneaky way of making white people say my Arabic name properly. Because apparently they can say Nietzsche, but they can't pronounce Adnan. I like to stay in the background. I like to facilitate things. Somebody said the other day that I was a super connector. I'm not quite sure what that means, but I guess it has something to do with networking. My entire job in this life, I think, is just to make things happen as best I can. Get people with the right people, get people the stuff that they need. One thing I say every live stream, I think for the last however many years and however many we've done, is I operate like on Mr. Rogers' time. Look for the people that are going to help you. Look for the helpers. Those are the people. You don't do what I call scoreboard thinking. You don't do something for somebody because you get something back. You got to do it for the vine. You got to do it for the love of the game, because you can't count on everybody unless everybody's got each other's back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything to sell. I might have some.
Well, you have a book.
We don't have physical copies of it anymore. But I wrote a comic book called Horser. It's about a horse sorcerer with my best friend who brews an evil beer, and any human who drinks it dies and becomes a thrall in his undead army against the T-Rex executioner over a VHS copy of Top Gun. It's equally as ridiculous as it sounds. If you like 1980s exploitation horror, you'll probably love it. It's all for free on Webtoon. I also have some scripts coming out. I did a video where I likened Henry Rollins to the modern day Camus. I have a video coming out about how Dungeons and Dragons is the new third place that I'll be collaborating with a lot of people on. But you won't see my name on it because I want to be left alone. I just want to lift people up. So,
which you do so well.
With that said, I love all of you. Thank you for my flowers, and that's what I got.
And speaking of people who lift people up, last but not least, we have one of my favorite collaborators, Ren, the Barbarian.
Hello. As Sarah pointed out, my name is Ren the Barbarian. Again,
Is that Ren the Barbarian, the YouTuber?
Somebody had to say it. Yes, I am. Occasionally I make things here on YouTube. I also am a writer. And I'm so happy to be involved in these and get to work with these lovely, lovely people, and also work for a cause that I believe in and am passionate about. And I'm also so grateful to our wonderful, amazing host who puts all these together and manages a bunch of crazy theater kids.
I love it.
We love the chaos. And happy holidays to you and yours, and may you have a not depression-filled winter.
And so then there's just me. This is my channel. I'm Sarah the Fat Culture Critic. I just had a video released a couple days ago that's doing quite well, actually, for me. Not a very fun or uplifting one, but talking about the, some of the ultra thin celebrity discourse that's been going around. And yeah, I'm trying to talk through some of that complicated feelings, which is often what I do on my channel, is try and talk through complicated feelings about body stuff. Yeah.
Sarah is very good at saying the things that nobody else will say.
And then sometimes I talk about stories and stuff because I like that too. I don't know. I am also of the ADHD, but much less productive.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And much less productive than Vera, who is the poster child for productive ADHD.
I'm going to pop off for a second, and I just want to say that Sarah's kind of underplaying exactly what's done in the background. These things are incredibly complicated to organize. On the surface it looks easy, but there's, cancellations, life happens. In the middle of this very stream, we've had to switch around lines just because life happens. These are all things that fall under Sarah's purview as the director and the person that brings us all together every
She's
single
hurting
year.
theater nerds.
Yeah.
I mean, not while we're reading, because I had no idea most of that was going on, because all I can do is read the stuff. So shout out to you guys who figured it out between you.
Yeah, directing and working center stage the entire time.
That's why the Shakespeare ones are a bit easier, because I just take myself like a fool role or something that it's a bit off to the
Sarah,
side.
I think one of these years you should take it, you should hand over the reins of Gonzo to somebody else, and you should be Scrooge. Just once. Shake it up. I would love to see your Scrooge.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll do that next year. That would be interesting. I don't know who would take Gonzo role. I am here. See my Gonzo shirt. I am here to tell the story, and I am here for the food. Oh, there. So
Let there be cheeses for the Mises.
Yes, indeed. I think Killian was our Rizzo this time. You can't have a YouTube event without a cat crashing somewhere.
Of course.
So, I think we are rapidly running out of words, and this has been delightful. Thank you to everyone who came in and watched us. I think
Thank
I
you
see
so
searching
much
for
for
Orion. Thank you. And who else? Owen Bastille. Thank you. Starbush 69. That's a great name. Yeah, thank you folks for coming and participating, and anyone who's lurking as well. I'm going to go and not talk for a while.
Love you, chat. Have a great night.
Night, everybody.
Okay, stream ended.
Alrighty.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of fun.
Sarah, go have some tea. Rest that